संसारदावा नललीढलोका त्राणाय कारुण्य घन घना त्वम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नृत्य गीता वादित्रमाध्यन् मनसुरसेना रोमाञ्चकम्प श्रुतरङ्गबाजो वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधननित्यनाना शृङ्गारतन्मन्दिरमजनादो युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च नियुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् चतुर्विधा श्रीभगवत्प्रसादो स्वदन्नतृप्तान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् कृत्वैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयोरपारा माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षणा स्वधनलोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जयोनो रतिकेलिसीधै यायालिभिर्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षात् अतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षाद्धरित्वेन समस्तशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भाव्यत एव सद्दी किन्तु प्रभुर्यः प्रिय यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि ध्यायन्तु वंस्तस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्यं वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दम् 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 नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादिशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद चैतन्य नित्यानंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद चैतन्य नित्यानंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद चैतन्य नित्यानंद Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Nila Madhav, Radha Nila Madhav, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Nila Madhav, Radha Nila Madhav, Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Sudarshana. Jaya Sitaram, 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 Jaya Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Gurudeva, 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 Jaya Gurudeva. Nittai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nittai Gaura Hari Bol.
Jai Om Shnupada Brahmhamsa Prataka Acharya Stota Shata Shishmatis Divine Grace Aparacharna Vrinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON PPT BI Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Shnupada Brahmhamsa Prataka Acharya Stota Shata Shishmatis Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai. Nama Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Premise Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shadvaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Ki Jai. Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Shri Vrajabhumi Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Shri Purushottama Chaita Jagnapuri Dham Ki Jai. Shri Ayodhya Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Yamuna Mai Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Tulasi Devi Ki Jai. Samavrita Bhaktavinda Ki Jai. Harinama Sankirtana Ki Jai. Nitai Gaura Premanande Hari Hari. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Namaste Narashinhaya. Prahalada Lada Daine. Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha. Shilatankana Kalaye. Ito Nasingha Parato Nasingha. Yato Yato Yamitato Nasingha. Bahir Nasingho Ridahe Nasingha. Narsingha Mardim Sharanam Prapadye. Tavakara Kamalavarena Kamaduta Shingham Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tano Bringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Tavakara Kamalavarena Kamaduta Shingham Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tano Bringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Jaya Lakshmi Narasingha Jaya Lakshmi Narasingha Lakshmi Narasingha Jaya Lakshmi Narasingha Jaya Narsingha Dev Jaya Narsingha Dev Narsingha Dev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki jai, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanandi. Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Priyasi Namo Namaha Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Priyasi Namo Namaha Radha Krishna Seva Pabo Eya Bilashi Radha Krishna Seva Pabo Eya Bilashi जे तुम्हारा शरण लोय तारा वांछा पूर्ण होय कृपा कोरी करो तारे वृंदावन वासी कृष्णा दासे को ये ना मोरा होय दीना कृष्णा दासे को ये ना मोरा होय श्री राधा गोविंदा प्रेमे सदा ये न बासी श्री राधा गोविंदा प्रेमे सदा ये न बासी नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्ण प्रियसी नमो नमः यानि कानि च पापानि ब्रह्महत्यादिकानि च तानि तानि प्रणश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिण पदे पदे यानि कानि च पापानि ब्रह्महत्यादिकानि च तानि तानि प्रणश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिण पदे पदे यानि कानि च पापानि ब्रह्महत्यादिकानि च तानि तानि प्रणश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिण पदे पदे यानि कानि च पापानि ब्रह्महत्यादिकानि च तानि तानि प्रणश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिण पदे पदे यानि कानि च पापानि ब्रह्महत्यादिकानि च तानि तानि प्रणश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिण पदे पदे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol. वृंदाय तुलसी देवाय प्रियाय केशवाय च विष्णु भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवत्याय नमो नमः. वृंदाय तुलसी देवाय प्रियाय केशवाय च विष्णु भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवत्याय नमो नमः. वृंदाय तुलसी देवाय प्रियाय केशवाय च विष्णु भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवत्याय नमो नमः. वृंदा देवी तुलसी महारानी की.
Oh Tulasi, beloved of Krishna, I bow down before you again and again. My desire is to serve the Shishi Radha. Whoever takes shelter of you has wished to keep you. Bestow mercy upon him and make him a resident of Vrindavana. My desire also grant me residence in the precious groves of Shiva Vrindavana town. Thus within my vision I shall always behold the beautiful paths of Radha and Krishna. I beg you to make me a follower of Karho Danso's Vraja. Please give me the privileged devotional service and make me your own maidservant. This very fallen and lowly servant of Krishna prays. May I always swim in the love of Shishi Radha and Govinda. Srimati Tulasi Maharani ki jai. There are 10 fences in the matter of chanting holy names that should be avoided, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated life for propagating holy name the Lord. 2. To consider the name the demigods, Lord Shiva or Brahma, to be equal to independent of name Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literature or literature pursuing the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna as imagination. 6. To give some interpretation to holy name the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on strength of chanting the holy name. 8. To consider chanting Hare Krishna one of the auspiciously chosen activities, offering the Veda the fruity activities, karma, kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about glorious holy name. 10. To not complete faith in the chanting holy names, and to maintain material attachments in understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense when inattentive while chanting. Every devotee who claims to Vaishnava must carefully guard against these 10 offenses. In order to quickly achieve desired success, Krishna Prema. Now let us offer our most humble obeisance on all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. They are just as trees who can fulfill to everyone, and are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. So Happy New Year, everyone. There will be a Mahayaga in the temple today from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Actually, it's 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Okay, so whole day. Now let's recite the Chaitanya Shikshastakam. Cheto Darpana Marjanam Bhava Mahadavakni Nirvapanam Shriya Kairava Chandrika Vitaranam Vidyavatu Jivanam Anandam Buddhivardhanam Pratipadam Purnamita Sadhanam Sarvatmasnapanam Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam Nam Namakari Bahuda Nija Sarva Shaktis Tatra Pita Niyamita Smaranena Kalaha Etadishi Tava Kripa Bhagavam Mamapi Durudevami Desham Yaha Janina Nurakaha Trinatapi Sunijena Tarorapi Saishnuna amanina manadena kirtaniya sada harihi na thanam na janam na sundarim kavitam vajagadisha kamaye mama jammani jammanishvare bhavata bhaktir haituki tvai ayinanda tanuja kinkaram patitam man vishame bhavam buddha kripaya tava pada pankaja sthita duri satesham vichintaya Nayanam kaladashuru daraya vadanam katkata rudaya gira Pulakai nichitam vapurkada tava nama grahane bhavishati Yuga itam nimishena chakshusha pravisha itam Shunya itam jagat sarvam govinda virahedame Ashrisha padaratam pinnashtumam Adarsanam marmahatam karotuva Yatha tatha va vitatthatu lampato mad prananathastu sa eva na paraha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Shri Chaitanya Shikshastakam ki jai. Glory to Shri Krishna Sankirtana, which cleanses the heart of all the dust accumulated for years and extinguishes fire of conditional life for repeated births and deaths. This Sankirtan movement is the prime benediction of humanity at large, because it spreads a rays of benediction moon. It is the life of all transcendental knowledge. It increases the ocean of transcendental bliss and enables us to fully taste the nectar for which always anxious. O my Lord, your holy name alone grants all benediction human beings. Thus you have hundreds of millions of names are Krishna and Govinda. In these kinds of names are vested transcendental energies. There are not even hard and fast rules for chanting these names. O my Lord, out kindness enables us to easily approach you by holy names, but I'm so unfortunate and I have no attraction for them. One should chant the holy name of the Lord in humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tall than the tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and should be ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. O Almighty Lord, I have no desire to accumulate wealth, nor do I desire beautiful women, nor do I want any number of followers. I only want your causeless devotion service, birth after birth. O Sanghamarjananda Krishna, I'm an eternal servitor, yet somehow I fall into the ocean of birth and death. Please pick me up from this ocean of death and place me at one of Adam's lotus feet. O my Lord, while my eyes be decorated with tears of love flowing constantly when I chant your holy name, while my voice choke up, or hairs my body stand end or recitation of your name. O Govinda, feeling your separation, I'm constant moment to be like a great millennium. Tears are flowing from eyes like torrents of rain, and I'm feeling all vacant in the world in your absence. I know no one but Krishna as my Lord, and he shall remain so if he handles me roughly by his embrace, or makes me broken-hearted by not being present before me. He is completely free to do anything, everything, for he is always my worshipable Lord, unconditionally. Shri Chaitanya Shikshastakam ki jai. Shri Mangala Charnam prayers ki jai. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshum Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manopishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Soyam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakham Vitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pachatyate Shatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Iti Namine Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Daidaya Kripaptaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayine Prabhavin Namaha Madhuryo Jala Premadya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktita Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Mutaye Dina Darine Rupanuga Viruddha Pasiddhanta Dvanta Harine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Saksha Vairagya Mutaye Vipalambara Sambodhe Padam Pujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sachidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanugavarayate Gauravir Pava Bhumistvam Nitishta Sajana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhaumashi Jaganathaya Te Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhevacha Patitanam Pavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Padayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratishe Namaha Pancha Tattvatmakam Krishna Bhakta Rupa Svarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagapate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Surathor Pangor Mamamanda Materkati Masarasa Padam Bhojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyed Vindadanya Kalpatumada Shimadara Nagara Singhasanasto Shimadratha Shila Govinda Devo Pishtari Bi Sevyamano Smarami Shiman Rasa Rasarambi Vamsivata Tatastitaha Karsham Venu Suner Gopir Gopinatha Shiyestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhanu Sute Devi Panamami Hari Priye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Shri Mangala Charna Prayers Ki Jai Shri Brahma Samhita Ki Jai. Let's recite all the Govindam prayers today. Ishvara Parama Krishna Sachidananda Vigraha Anadya Radya Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam Chintamani Parakara Satmasuka Paviksha Lakshariteshu Surabhi Rabi Palayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Shatasam Brahmasevimanam Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Venung Kavanantam Aravinda Dalayatакшam Parharvatam Samasitam Buddha Sundarangam Kantarpakoti Kamaniya Vishesha Shopam Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Alola Chanta Kalasa Vanamada Vamshi Ranangadam Pranayakeri Kalavilasam Shamam Tipanga Lalitam Yatapakasham Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yasya Sakalindriya Vrittimanti Pashanti Panti Kalayanti Chiram Jaganti Ananda Chimme Satujula Vigrahasya Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Advaitam Achotam Anadi Mananta Rupam Adyam Purana Purusham Navayovanam Cha Vedeshu Durlabam Adurlabam Atma Bhakto Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Pantastu Koti Shatavassara Sampragamyo Vayurathapi Manaso Munipangavanam Sophiyastya Prapada Simya Vichinta Tatve Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ekopya Sarachayitum Jagadanta Kotim Yachakti Rasti Jagadanta Chayaya Dantaha Antantarastha Paramanu Chayantarastham Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yad Bhava Bhavita Diyo Manujasta Teva Samprapya Rupa Mahima Sanayana Bhushaha Suktayam Eva Nigama Patitai Stuvanti Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ananda Chimme Rasa Patibhavitabis Tape Eva Nijarupa Tayakalapihi Goloka Eva Nivasati Kilatma Bhutto Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Premanjana Churutha Bhakti Vilochanena Santa Sateva Hidayeshu Vilokayanti Yam Shama Sundam Achintya Gunaswarupam Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ramadimurtishu Kalanyamena Tishtan Nanavatarama Karo Bhuvaneshu Kintu Krishna Swayam Samapava Parama Pumam Yo Govindam Madi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yasya Prabha Bhavato Jagadanta Koti Koti Shvashesha Visutadi Vibhuti Binam Tat Brahma Nishkalam Anantam Ashesha Bhutam Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Maya hi yasya jagadanta shatani sute Tiraygunya tad vishaya veda vidayamana Sattva valampi parasattvam vishuddha sattvam Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ananda Chimmay Rasatmataya Manasu Ya Praninam Pratipalam Smaratang Vipetya Lila Itena Puvanani Chachasram Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Golokanam Ninchatam Nithale Chatasya Devi Mahesha Haridama Suteshu Teshu Te Te Prabhava Nichaya Vihitascha Yena Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Shishti Sthiti Palaya Sadhana Shakti Reka Chaye Vayasya Puvanani Biparti Durga Ichanurupam Apyasya Cheshti Sa Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Shiram Yatha Dadi Vikara Vishesha Yogat Sanjayate Nahi Tatha Pitakasti Hetoho Yasham Putam Api Tatha Samupati Karya Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Diparchati Eva Dashantam Abhipetya Dipayate Vivrita Hetu Samarna Dharma Yastadik Eva Hicha Vishnu Taya Vibhati Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yakaranarnavachale Bhajati Sma Yoga Nidramananta Jagadanta Saromakupaha Adara Shaktim Avalampya Param Svamurtim Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yasya Kanishvasita Kala Matavalampya Jivanti Loma Vilaja Jagadanta Nata Vishnu Mahansa Iha Yasya Kala Vishesho Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Paswan Yathashma Shakaleshu Nijeshu Teja Suyam Kiya Prakatayatya Pitadvadatra Brahmaya Esha Jagadanta Vidana Karta Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yat Pada Palava Yogam Vinitahaya Kumbha Dwandwe Pranama Samaye Sakanadi Rajaha Vignang Vihantu Malam Asya Jagatara Yasya Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Agnir Mahi Kakanam Mambu Marutishascha Kalas Tathatma Manasiti Jagatarayani Yasma Bhavanti Vibhavanti Vishanti Yamcha Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yachakshu Esha Savita Sakala Grahanam Raja Samastha Suramurti Ashesha Teja Yasya Jnana Brahmati Sambrita Kala Chakro Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Dharmo Tapa Panchaya Shutayasta Pamsi Brahmadi Kita Patagava Dayascha Jiva Yadata Matra Vipava Prakata Prabhava Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yastwinde Gopam Atarvinda Mahosa Karma Vantanurupa Phalabhajanam Adanoti Karmani Nirtahati Kintu Cha Bhakti Bhajam Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yakrota Kama Sahaja Panayadi Biti Vasalya Moha Guru Gaurava Sevya Bhavehi Sanjintya Tasya Satvishin Tamnu Aparete Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Shriya Kanta Kanta Parama Purusha Kaupataravo Duruma Bhumi Chinta Mani Ganamayi Toyam Amritam Katha Kanam Nyantyam Kamanam Ampi Vamshi Priya Sakhi Chidanandam Jyotir Param Api Tada Swadhyam Api Cha Sayatra Kshirabdi Swarabi Pyascha Mahan Nime Sharda Kyuva Vrajati Nahi Yatarapi Samayaha Pajeshveta Dvipam Tamaham Iha Golokam Itiyam Vedantaste Santakshti Viralachara Katipaye Ishvara Parama Krishna Sachidananda Vigraha Anadyaradya Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam. Krishna, who is known as Govinda, is the supreme Godhead. He has an eternal blissful spiritual body. He is the origin of all. He has no other origin and the prime cause of all causes.
I worship Govinda, the primeval lord, the first progenitor who is tending the cows, yielding all desire in a boat built with spiritual gems, surrounded by millions of purpose trees, always served with great reverence and affection by hundreds of thousands of Lakshmis or Gopis.
I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who the adapt in playing on his flute, with blooming eyes like lotus petals, with the head decked with peacock's feather, with the figure of beauty tinged with the hue of blue clouds, and his unique loveliness charming billions of cupids.
I worship Govinda, the premier lord, round whose neck is swinging of garland flowers beautified with moon locket, whose two hands are adorned with flute and jewel ornaments, who always revels in pastimes of love, whose graceful threefold bending form of Shama Sundara is eternally manifest.
I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose transcendental form is full of bliss, truth, substantiality, and is thus full of the most dazzling splendor. Each of the limbs of that transcendental figure possesses in himself the full-fledged functions of all the organs, and eternally sees, maintains, and manifests the infinite universes, both spiritual and mundane.
I worship Govinda as a primeval lord who is inaccessible to the Vedas but obtainable by pure unalloyed devotion of the soul, who is without a second, who is not subject to decay, is without a beginning, whose form is endless, who is the beginning and the eternal Purusha, yet he is a person possessing the beauty of blooming youth.
I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, only the tip of the toe of whose lotus feet is approached by the yogis who aspire after the transcendental and betake themselves to pranayama by drilling the respiration, or by the jnanis who try to find out the non-differentiated Brahman by the process of elimination of the mundane, extending over thousands of millions of years.
He is an undifferentiated entity, as there is no distinction between potency and the possessor thereof. In his work of creation of millions of worlds, his potency remains inseparable. All the universes exist in him, and he is present in his fullness in every one of the atoms that are scattered throughout the universe at one and the same time. Such is the primeval Lord who I adore.
I adore the same Govinda, the premier lord, in whose praise men who are endued with devotion sing the mantra suktas told by the Vedas, by gaining their appropriate beauty, greatness, thrones, conveniences, and ornaments.
I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, residing in his own realm, Goloka, with Radha, resembling his own spiritual figure, the embodiment of the ecstatic potency possessed of the 64 artistic activities, in the company of her confidants, Sakis, embodiment of the extensions of her bodily form, permeated and vitalized by the ever-blissful spiritual.
I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord who is Shyamasundara, Krishna himself, with inconceivable, innumerable attributes, whom the pure devotees see in their heart of hearts, with the eye of devotion tinged with the salve of love.
I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who manifested himself personally as Krishna, and the different avatars in the world in the form of Rama, Narsimha, Vamana, etc. as a subjective portion.
Sri Brahma Samhita ki
Ki
jai.
jai.
Bhagavad Gita 7.1 purport. Shrinvatam swakata Krishna punya sravana kirtanaha hridayanta histau hi abhadrani vidinoti suhrit satam nasta prayesva abhadreshu nityam bhagavata sevaya bhagavati uttama sloke bhaktir bhavati naistiki tada rajastamo bhava kama lobha dayaschaye cheta eter anavidam sitam satve prasidati evam prasanna manaso bhagavad bhakti yogatah भगवत तत्व विज्ञानम मुक्त संगस्य जायते विद्यते हृदय ग्रंथिश्चिद्यन्ते सर्वसमस्याः क्षीयन्ते च कर्माणि दृष्टा एवात्मनीश्वरे.
To hear about Krishna from Vedic literatures or to hear from him directly through the Bhagavad Gita is itself righteous activity. And for one who hears about Krishna, Lord Krishna, who is dwelling in everyone's heart, acts as a best wishing friend, and purifies the devotee who constantly engages in hearing of him.
In this way, a devotee naturally develops his dormant transcendental knowledge. As he hears about as he hears more about Krishna from the Bhagavatam and from the devotees, he becomes fixed in the devotional service of the Lord.
By development of devotional service, one becomes freed from the modes of passion and ignorance, and thus material lust and avarice are diminished.
When these impurities are wiped away, the candidate remains steady in his position of pure goodness, becomes enlivened by devotional service, and understands the signs of God perfectly.
Thus Bhakti Yoga severs the harana of material affection and enables one to come at once to the stage of a samshayam samagram, understanding of the supreme absolute truth, personality of Godhead. Therefore, only by hearing from Krishna or from his devotee in Krishna consciousness can one understand the sense of Krishna.
Hare Krishna. We'll continue reading Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 2, Chapter 1, Text 13. SB 2.1.13. Katvango nama raja shrir jnana tveyattam iha shusaha muhurtat sarvam uttrisya gatavan abhayam harim Katvangaha, King Katvanga, Nama, name, Rajarishi, saintly king, Jnatva, by knowing, Iyatam, duration, Iha, in this world, Ayusha, of one's life, Muhurtat, within only a moment, Sarvam, everything, Usrija, leaving aside, Gatavan, had undergone, Abhayam, fully safe, Harim, the personality of Godhead. Translation by Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. The saintly king Katvanga, after being informed that the duration of his life would be only a moment more, at once freed himself from all material activities and took shelter of the supreme safety, the personality of Godhead. Purport by Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. A fully responsible man should always be conscious of the prime duty of the present human form of life. The activities to meet the immediate necessities of material life are not everything. One should always be alert in his duty for attainment of the best situation in the next life. Human life is meant for preparing ourselves for that prime duty. Maharaja Katvanga is mentioned herein as a saintly king because even within the responsibility of the state management, he was not at all forgetful of the prime duty of life. Such was the case with other Rajarishis, saintly kings like Maharaja Yudhishthira and Maharaja Parikshit. They were all exemplary personalities on account of their being alert in discharging their prime duty. Maharaja Katvanga was invited by the demigods in the higher planets to fight demons, and as a king he fought the battles to the full satisfaction of the demigods. The demigods, being fully satisfied with him, wanted to give him some benediction for material enjoyment. But Maharaja Katvanga, being very much alert to his prime duty, inquired from the demigods about his remaining duration of life. This means that he was not as anxious to accumulate some material benediction from the demigods as he was to prepare himself for the next life. He was informed by the demigods, however, that his life would last only a moment longer. The king at once left the heavenly kingdom, which is always full of material enjoyment of the highest standard, and coming down to this earth, took ultimate shelter of the all-safe personality of Godhead. He was successful in his great attempt and achieved liberation. This attempt, even for a moment, by the saintly king was successful because he was always alert to his prime duty. Maharaja Parikshit was thus encouraged by the great Sukadeva Goswami, even though he had only 7 days left in his life, to execute the prime duty of hearing the glories of the Lord in the form of Srimad Bhagavatam. By the will of the Lord, Maharaja Parikshit instantly met the greater Sukadeva Goswami, and the great treasure of spiritual success left by him is nicely mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam.
Tavapya etari kauravya saptahabjita vadihi upakalpya tatsarva tavat yat sapa parayikam tava yor api also ethar he. Therefore, Kauravya, O one born in the family of Kuru, Saptaham, 7 days, Jivati, Jivita, duration of life, Avadihi, up to the limit of Upakalpya, can they perform that those Sarvamal, Tavat so long yet, which are Saparikam, rituals for the next life. But Maharaja Parikshit, translation. Maharaja Parikshit, now your duration of life is limited to 7 more days. So during this life, you can perform all the rituals which are needed for the best purpose of your next life. Purport. Sukadeva Goswami, after citing the example of Maharaja Katwanga, who prepared himself for the next life within a very short time, encouraged Maharaj Parikshit by saying that since he still had 7 days at his disposal, he could easily take advantage of the time to prepare himself for the next life. Indirectly, the Goswami told Maharaj Parikshit that he should take the shelter of the sound representation of the Lord for the 7 days still remaining in the duration of his life, and get himself liberated. In other words, everyone can best prepare himself for the next life simply by hearing Srimad Bhagavatam as it was recited by Shukadeva Goswami to Maharaj Parikshit. The rituals are not formal, but there are also some favorable conditions which are required to be carried out as instructed hereafter.
Canto 2, Chapter 1, verse 15. Andakale tu purusha agade gada sadvasha chindaya dasanga sastrena sparham deha anu yechatam. Synonyms. Andakale, at the last stage of life. Tu, but purusha is person. Agade, having arrived. Gada sadvasha, without any fear of death. Chindayat, must cut off. Asanga, non-attachment. Shastrena, by the weapon of spraham, all desires. Dehe, in the matter of the material tabernacle. Anu, pertaining, all that. Cha, also, them. Translation. At the last stage of one's life, one should be bold enough not to be afraid of death, but one must cut off all attachment to the material body and everything pertaining to it, and all desires thereof. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Ki Jai. The foolishness of gross materialism is that people think of making a permanent settlement in this world, although it is a settled fact that one has to give up everything here that has been created by valuable human energy. Great statesmen, scientists, philosophers, etc., who are foolish, without any information of the spirit soul, think that this life of a few years only is all in all, and that there is nothing more after death. This poor fund of knowledge, even in the so-called learned circles of the world, is killing the vitality of human energy, and the awful result is being keenly felt. And yet the foolish materialistic men do not care about what is going to happen in the next life. The preliminary instruction in Bhagavad Gita is that one should know that the identity of the individual living entity is lost even after the end of this present body, which is nothing but an outward dress only. As one changes an old garment, so the individual living being also changes his body, and this change of body is called death. Death is therefore a process of changing the body at the end of the duration of the present life. An intelligent person must be prepared for this and must try to have the best type of body in the next life. The best type of body is a spiritual body, which is obtained by those who go back to the kingdom of God or enter the realm of Brahman. In the second chapter of this canto, this matter will be broadly discussed, but as far as the change of body is concerned, one must prepare now for the next life. Foolish people attach more importance to the present temporary life and thus the foolish leaders make appeals to the body and bodily relations. The bodily relations extend not only to this body but also to the family members, wife, children, society, country, and so many other things which end at the end of life. After death, one forgets everything about the present bodily relations. We will we have a little experience of this at night when we go to sleep. While sleeping, we forget everything about this body and bodily relations. Although this forgetfulness is a temporary situation for only a few hours, death is nothing but sleeping for a few months in order to develop another term of bodily engagement, which we are awarded by the law of nature according to our aspiration. Therefore, one has only to change the aspiration during the course of this present body, and this there is need of training in the current duration of human life. This training can be begun at any stage of life or even a few seconds before death, but the usual procedure is for one to get the training from very early life, from the stage of brahmacharya, and gradually progress to grihastha, vanaprastha, and sannyasa orders of life. The institution which gives such training is called varnasrama dharma or system of sanadana dharma, the best procedure for making the human life perfect. One is therefore required to give up the attachment to family or social or political life just at the age of 50 years, if not earlier, and the training in the vanaprastha and sannyasa asrama is given for preparation of the next life. Foolish materialists in the garb of leaders of the people in general stick to the family affairs without attempting to cut off relations with them, and thus they become victims of nature's law and get gross bodies again according to their work. Such foolish leaders may have some respect from the people at the end of life, but that does not mean that such leaders will be immune to the natural laws under which everyone is tightly bound by the hands and feet. The best thing is therefore that everyone voluntarily give up family relations by transferring the attachment from family, society, country, and everything thereof to the devotional service of the Lord. It is stated herein that one should give up all desires of family attachment. One must have a chance for better desires. Otherwise, there is no chance of giving up such morbid desires. Desire is the concomitant factor of the living entity. The living entity is eternal, and therefore his desires, which are natural for a living being, are also eternal. One cannot therefore stop desiring, but the subject matter for desires can be changed. So one must develop the desire for returning home back to Godhead, and automatically the desires for material gain, material honor, and material popularity will diminish in proportion to the development of the devotional service. A living being is meant for service activities, and his desires are centered around such a service attitude. Beginning from the top executive head of the state down to the insignificant pauper in the street, all are rendering some sort of service to others. The perfection of such a service attitude is only attained simply by transferring the desire of service from the matter of spirit or from Satan to God.
New verse, right? Text 16. Okay. Text 16, Canto 2, Chapter 1. Gruhat Pravrajito Dira Punyatirtha Jalaplutah Sucho Vivikta Asino Vidivat Kalpitasane. Grihat, from one's home. Pravrajitaha, having gone out. Dhira, self-controlled. Punya, pious. Tirtha, sacred place. Jala Pluta, fully washed.
Suchau cleansed, Vivikte solitary, Asinaha seated, Vidivat according to regulation, Kalpita having done, Asane on a sitting place. Translation: one should leave home and practice self control. In a sacred place, he should bathe regularly and sit down in a lonely place, duly sanctified. Purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. To prepare oneself for the better next life, one must get out of one's so called home. The system of Varnashrama Dharma or Sanatana Dharma prescribes retirement from family encumbrances as early as possible after one has passed 50 years of age. Modern civilization is based on family comforts, the highest standard of amenities, and therefore, after retirement, everyone expects to live a very comfortable life in a well furnished home decorated with fine ladies and children, without any desire to get out of such a comfortable home. High government officers and ministers stick to their prize post until death, and they neither dream nor desire to get out of homely comforts. Bound by such hallucinations, materialistic men prepare various plans for a still more comfortable life. But suddenly, cruel death comes without mercy and takes away the great plan maker against his desire, forcing him to give up the present body for another body. Such a plan maker is thus forced to accept another body in one of the 8,400,000 species of life according to the fruits of the work he has performed. In the next life, persons who are too much attached to family comforts are generally awarded lower species of life on account of sinful acts performed during long duration of sinful life, and thus all the energy of the human life is spoiled. In order to be saved from the danger of spoiling the human form of life and being attached to unreal things, one must take warning of death at the age of 50, if not earlier. The principle is that one should take it for granted that the death warning is already there, even prior to the attainment of 50 years of age, and thus, at any stage of life, one should prepare himself for a better next life. The system of Sanatana Dharma institution is so made that the follower is trained for the better next life without any chance that the human life will be spoiled. The holy places all over the world are meant for the residential purposes of retired person getting ready for a better next life. Intelligent person must go there at the end of life, and for that matter after 50 years of age, to live a life of spiritual regeneration for the sake of being freed from the family attachment, which is considered to be the shackle of material life. One is recommended to quit home just to get rid of material attachment, because one who sticks to family life until death cannot get rid of material attachment. And as long as one is materially attached, one cannot understand the spiritual freedom. One should not, however, become self complacent simply by leaving home or by creating another home at the holy place, either lawfully or unlawfully. Many persons leave home and go to such holy places, but due to bad association, again become family men by illicit connection with the opposite sex. The illusory energy of matter is so strong that one is apt to be under such illusion at every stage of life, even after quitting one's happy home. Therefore, it is essential that one practice self control by celibacy without the least desire for sex indulgence. For a man desiring to improve the condition of his existence, sex indulgence is considered suicidal, or even worse. Therefore, to live apart from family life means to become self controlled in regard to all sense desires, especially sex desires. The method is that one should have a duly sanctified sitting place made of straw, deer skin, and carpet, and thus sitting on it, one should chant the holy name of the Lord without offense, as prescribed above. The whole process is to drag the mind from material engagements and fix it on the lotus feet of the Lord. This simple process will help one advance to the highest stage of spiritual success.
Srimad Bhagavatam 2.1.17. 17. 2.1.17. Oh, 17. Yes, sorry. Let me remove the mask. अभ्यासेन मनसा शुद्धं तीव्रत् ब्रह्माक्षरं परं मनोयच्चेज्जितस्वासो ब्रह्मबीजम् अविस्मरम्. Abhyasat, one should practice. Manasa, by the mind. Shuddham, sacred. Trivrit, composed of the three. Brahmaksharam, transcendental letters. Param, the supreme. Mana, mind. Yachet, get under control. Jitasvasaha, by regulating the breathing air. Brahma, absolute. Bijam, seed. Avishmaran, without being forgotten. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. After sitting in the above manner, make the mind remember the three transcendental letters A-U-M, Aum, and by regulating the breathing process, control the mind as to not forget the transcendental seed. Purport. Omkara or the Pranava is the seed of transcendental realization, and it's composed of the three transcendental letters A-U-M, Aum. By its chanting by the mind in conjunction with the breathing process, which is transcendental but mechanical way of getting into trance, as devised by the experience of great mystics, one is able to bring the mind, which is materially absorbed, under control. This is the way of changing the habit of mind. The mind is not to be killed. Mind or desire cannot be stopped, but to develop a desire to function for spiritual realization. The quality of engagement by the mind has to be changed. The mind is the pivot of the active sense organs, and as such, if the quality of thinking, feeling, and willing is changed, naturally, the quality of actions by the instrumental senses will also change. Omkara is the seed of transcendental sound, and it is only the transcendental sound which can bring about the desired change of mind and the senses. Even a mentally deranged man can be cured by the treatment of transcendental sound. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Pranava Omkara has been accepted as the direct, literal representation of the Supreme Absolute Truth. One who is not able to chant directly the holy name of the Lord as recommended above can easily chant the Pranava Omkara. This Omkara is a note of the address, such as O my Lord, just as Om Hari Om means O my Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As we have explained before, the Lord's holy name is identical with the Lord Himself. So also is Omkara. But persons who are unable to realize the transcendental personal form or name of the Lord on account of their imperfect senses, in other words, the neophytes, are trained to the practice of self-realization by this mechanical process of regulating the breathing function and simultaneously repeating the pranava omkara within the mind. As we have several times expressed, since the transcendental name, form, attributes, pastimes, etc. of the Supreme of the Personality of Godhead are impossible to understand with the present material senses, it is necessary that through the mind, the center of sensual activities, such transcendental realization be set into motion. The devotees directly fix their minds on the person of the Absolute Truth, but one who is unable to accommodate such personal features of the Absolute is disciplined in impersonality to train the mind to make further progress.
Nichid Vishayebhyokshan Manasa Buddhisarati Mana Karma Bera Akshiptam Shubhate Darayedya. Niyachet withdraw. Vishaye bhya from sense engagements. Akshan, the senses. Manasa, by dint of the mind. Buddhi, intelligence. Sarati, driver. Mana, the mind. Karma, by the fruit of work. Akshiptam, being absorbed in. Shubhate, for the sake of the Lord. Dharayet, hold up. Diya, in full consciousness. Translation. Gradually, as the mind becomes progressively spiritualized, withdraw from sense activities, and by intelligence the senses will be controlled. The mind, too absorbed in material activities, can become fixed, can be engaged in the service of the personality of Godhead, and can become fixed in full transcendental consciousness. Purport. The first process of spiritualizing the mind by mechanical chanting of the pranava, omkara, and by control of the breathing system is technically called the mystic or yogic process of pranayama, or fully controlling the breathing air. The ultimate state of this pranayama system is to be fixed in trance, technically called samadhi. But experience has proven that even in the samadhi stage also fails to control the materially absorbed mind. For example, the great mystic Vishwamitra Muni, even in the stage of samadhi, became a victim of the senses and cohabited with Menaka. History has already recorded this. The mind, although ceasing to think of sensual activities at present, remembers past sensual activities from the subconscious status, and thus disturbs one from 100% engagement in self-realization. Therefore, Sukadeva Goswami recommends the next step of assured policy, namely to fix one's mind in the service of the personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Also recommends that this direct process in the Bhagavad Gita 6.47. Thus, the mind being spiritually cleansed, one should at once engage himself in the transcendental loving service of the Lord by the different devotional activities of hearing, chanting, etc. If performed under proper guidance, that is the surest path of progress, even for the disturbed mind.
Canto 2, Chapter 1, Text 19. Tatraikavaya vayavam dhyayed avyuchinena chetasha mano nirvishayam yuktva tata kinchana na smaret padam tat paramam vishnur mano yatra prasidati. Tatra, thereafter, eka, one by one, avyavam, limbs of the body, dhyayet, should be concentrated upon, ayuchinena, without being deviated from the complete form, chetasha, by the mind, manah, mind, nirvishayam, without being contaminated by sense objects, yuktva, being dovetailed, tatah, after that, kinchana, anything, na, do not, smaret, think of, padam, personality, tad, that, paramam, supreme, Vishnu, of Vishnu, manah, the mind, yatra, whereupon, prasidati, becomes reconciled. Translation. Thereafter, you should meditate upon the limbs of Vishnu, one after another, without being deviated from the conception of the complete body. Thus, the mind becomes free from all sense objects. There should be no other thing to be thought upon, because the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, is the ultimate truth. The mind becomes completely reconciled in Him only. purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Foolish persons bewildered by the external energy of Vishnu do not know that the ultimate goal of the progressive search after happiness is to get in touch directly with Lord Vishnu, the personality of Godhead. Vishnu Tattva is an unlimited expansion of different transcendental forms of the personality of Godhead. And the supreme or original form of Vishnu Tattva is Govinda or Lord Krishna, the supreme cause of all causes. Therefore, thinking of Vishnu or meditating upon the transcendental form of Vishnu, specifically upon Lord Krishna, is the last word on the subject of meditation. This meditation may be begun from the lotus feet of the Lord. One should not, however, forget or be misled from the complete form of the Lord. Thus, one should practice thinking of the different parts of his transcendental body one after another. Here in this verse, it is definitely assured that the Supreme Lord is not impersonal. He is a person, but his body is different from those of conditioned persons like us. Otherwise, meditation beginning from the pranava, omkara, up to the limbs of the personal body of Vishnu would not have been recommended by Sukadeva Goswami for the attainment of complete spiritual perfection. The Vishnu forms of worship in great temples of India are not, therefore, arrangements of idol worship as they are wrongly interpreted to be by a class of men with a poor fund of knowledge. Rather, they are different spiritual centers of meditation on the transcendental limbs of the body of Vishnu. The worshipable deity in the temple of Vishnu is identical with Lord Vishnu by the inconceivable potency of the Lord. Therefore, no neophyte's concentration or meditation upon the limbs of Vishnu in the temple, as contemplated in the revealed scriptures, is an easy opportunity for meditation for persons who are unable to sit down tightly at one place and then concentrate upon Pranava Omkara or the limbs of the body of Vishnu, as recommended herein by Sukadeva Goswami, the great authority. The common man can benefit more by meditating on the form of Vishnu in the temple than on the Omkara, the spiritual combination of A, U, as explained before. There is no difference between Omkara and the forms of Vishnu, but persons unacquainted with the science of absolute truth try to create dissension by differentiating between the forms of Vishnu and that of Omkara. Here it is indicated that the Vishnu form is the ultimate goal of meditation, and as such it is better to concentrate upon the forms of Vishnu than on impersonal Omkara. The later process is also more difficult than the former.
Rajastamobhyam akshipam vimudam mana atmana yachedaranyati dhiro kritam balam.
Rajaha, the passionate mode of nature, tamobhyam, as well as by the ignorant mode of material nature, akshiptam, agitated, vimudham, bewildered, manah, the mind, atmanaha, of one's own, yachet, get it rectified, dharanaya, by conception of Vishnu, dhiraha, the pacified, hanti, destroys, all those, tat kritam, done by them, malam, dirty things.
Translation. One's mind is always agitated by the passionate mode of material nature and bewildered by the ignorant mode of nature. But one can rectify such conceptions by the relation of Vishnu and thus become pacified by cleansing the dirty things created by them. Persons generally conducted by the modes of passion and ignorance cannot be modified candidates for being situated in the transcendental stage of God realization. Only persons conducted by the mode of goodness can have the knowledge of the supreme truth. Effects of the mode of passion and ignorance are manifested too much by hankering to wealth and women, and those who are too much after wealth and women can rectify their leanings only by constant remembrance of Vishnu, his potential impersonal feature. Generally, the impersonalists or monists are influenced by the modes of nature and ignorance. passion, and ignorance. Such impersonalists think of themselves as liberated souls, but they have no knowledge of the transcendental personal figure of the absolute personal feature of the absolute truth. Actually, they are impure in heart on account of being devoid of all knowledge and the personal feature of the absolute. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that after many hundreds of births, the impersonal philosopher surrenders unto the personality of Godhead. To acquire such a qualification of God realization in the personal feature, the neophyte impersonalist is given a chance to realize the relation of the Lord in everything by the philosophy of pantheism. Pantheism in its higher status does not permit the students to form an impersonal conception of the absolute truth, but extends the conception of the absolute truth into the field of the so-called material energy. Everything created by the material energy can be dovetailed with the absolute by an attitude of service, which is the essential part of living energy. The pure devotees of the Lord know the art of converting everything into spiritual existence by the service attitude, and only in that devotional way can the theory of pantheism be perfected.
20, right? 20, 21. Text 21, Canto 2, Chapter 1. Yasyan Sandarya Manayam Yogino Bhakti Lakshanaha Asu Sampadyati Yogiya Ashrayam Bhadramikshataha. Yasyam, by such systematic remembrance, Sandarya Manayam, and thus being fixed in the habit of Yoginaha, the mystics, Bhakti Lakshanaha, being practiced the devotional system, Asu, very soon, Sampadyate, attain success, Yoga, connection by devotional service, Ashrayam, under the shelter of Bhadram, the all good, Ikshataha, which seeing that. Translation: O King, by this system of remembrance and by being fixed in the habit of seeing the all good personal conception of the Lord, one can very soon attain devotional service to the Lord under his direct shelter. Purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Success of mystic performances is achieved only by the help of the devotional attitude. Pantheism, or the system of feeling the presence of the Almighty everywhere, is a sort of training of the mind to become accustomed to the devotional conception, and it is this devotional attitude of the mystic that makes possible the successful termination of such mystic attempts. One is not, however, elevated to such successful status without the tinge of mixture in devotional service. The devotional atmosphere created by the pantheistic vision develops into devotional service in later days, and that is the only benefit for the impersonalist. It is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 12.5 that the impersonal way of self-realization is more troublesome because it reaches the goal in an indirect way. Although the impersonalist also becomes obsessed with the personal feature of the Lord after a long time.
Canto 2, Chapter 1, Text 22. Rajovacha yata sandharyate brahman dharana yatra sammata yadrishiva haredashu purushyasya manomalam. Raja Uvacha, the fortunate king said, Yatha, as it is, Sandharyate, the conception is made, Brahman, O Brahmana, Dharana, conception, Yatra, where and how, Sammata, in a summary, Yadrishi, the way by which, Va, or Haret, extricated, Ashu, without delay, Purushasya, of a person, Manah, of the mind, Malam, dirty things. Translation: the fortunate king Parikshit, inquiring further, said, O Brahmana, please describe in full detail how and where the mind has to be applied, and how the conception can be fixed so that the dirty things in a person's mind can be removed. Purport: The dirty things in the heart of a conditioned soul are the root cause of all troubles for him. A conditioned soul is surrounded by the manifold miseries of material existence, but on account of his gross ignorance, he is unable to remove the troubles due to dirty things in the heart, accumulated during the long prison life in the material world. He is actually meant to serve the will of the Supreme Lord, but on account of the dirty things in the heart, he likes to serve his concocted desires. These desires, instead of giving him any peace of mind, create new problems and thus bind him to the cycle of repeated birth and death. These dirty things of fruitive work and empiric philosophy can be removed only by association with the Supreme Lord. The Lord, being omnipotent, can offer his association by his inconceivable potencies. Thus, persons who are unable to pin their faith on the personal feature of the Absolute are given a chance to associate with his Virat Rupa, or the cosmic impersonal feature of the Lord. The cosmic impersonal feature of the Lord is a feature of his unlimited potencies. Since the potent and the potencies are identical, even the conception of his impersonal cosmic feature helps the conditioned soul to associate with the Lord indirectly and thus gradually rise to the stage of personal contact. Maharaja Parikshit was already directly connected with the personal feature of the Lord Sri Krishna, and as such, he had no need to inquire from Sukadeva Goswami about where and how to apply the mind in the impersonal Virat Rupa of the Lord. But he inquired about a detailed description of the matter for the benefit of others who are unable to conceive of the transcendental personal feature of the Lord as the form of eternal knowledge and bliss. The non devotee class of men cannot think of the personal feature of the Lord because of their poor fund of knowledge. The personal form of the Lord, like Rama or Krishna, is completely revolting to them. They have a poor estimation of the potency of the Lord. In the Bhagavad Gita 9.11, it is explained by the Lord Himself that people with a poor fund of knowledge deride the Supreme Personality of the Lord, taking Him to be a common man. Such men are ignorant of the inconceivable potency of the Lord. By the inconceivable potency of the Lord, He can move in human society or any other society of living beings and yet remain the same omnipotent Lord without deviating in the slightest form of His transcendental position. So, for the benefit of men who are unable to accept the Lord in His personal eternal form, Maharaj Parikshit inquired from Sukadeva Goswami how to fix the mind on him in the beginning, and the Goswami replied in detail as follows.
Today we read until Canto 2, Chapter 1, Text 22. We'll continue reading tomorrow. Gandharaj Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai, Hare Krishna. We'll continue Guru Puja.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. जय प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा श्री गुरु चराना पद्मा केवल बकती सद्मा श्री गुरु चराना पद्मा केवल बकती सद्मा बंधो मोई सावधाना माते बंधो मोई सावधाना माते नमाते जहर प्रसादे भाई ये भव तोरिया जाय ये भव तोरिया जाय कृष्ण प्राप्ति होय जहा होयते कृष्ण प्राप्ति होय जहा होयते होयते गुरुमुख पद्मा वाक्य चितते कोरिया क्या आरना कोरी हो माने आशा आरना कोरी हो माने आशा आशा श्री गुरु चराने रति ऐसे उत्तम गति ऐसे उत्तम गति ये प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा ये प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा आशा चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु शे चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु शे दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो ओ दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो प्रेम भक्ति जहाय होते अविद्या विनाश जाते प्रेम भक्ति जहाय होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेदे गाय जहर चरितो
वेदे गाय जहर चरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनर बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनर बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना ओ लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना आहा प्रभु कोरो दया देहो मोरे पादचया आहा प्रभु कोरो दया देहो मोरे पादचया आहा प्रभु कोरो दया देहो मोरे पादचया देहो मोरे पादचया इबेजाज गुशुक त्रिभुवनाय श्रीला प्रभुपाद पतित पवना जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव देव जय जय गुरुदेव नमो ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमती भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिन्निति नामिने नमो ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमती भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिन्निति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्देशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्देशतारिणे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol.
यशोमती नंदन ब्रजबरो नागर गोकुल रंजन काना गोपी परनदन मदन मनोहर कालिया दमन विधान यशोमती नंदन ब्रज बरो नागर गोकुल रंजन काना अमल हरि नाम अमिय विलास विपिन पुरंदर नवीन नगर बोर बंसी बदन सुवास यशोमती नंदन ब्रज बरो नागर गोकुल रंजन काना ब्रज जन पालना सुरकुल नाशना नंद गोदान रखवाला यशोमती नंदन ब्रज बरो नागर गोकुल रंजन काना गोविंद माधव नवनीत तस्कर सुंदर नंद गोपाल यशोमती नंदन ब्रज बरो नागर गोकुल रंजन काना यशोमती नंदन ब्रज बरो नागर गोकुल रंजन काना यमुना तट चरा गोपी बसन हरा रास रसिक कृप मोया यशोमती नंदन ब्रज बरो नागर गोकुल रंजन काना श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर भक्ति विनोदाश्राय यशोमती नंदन ब्रज बरो नागर गोकुल रंजन काना Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pachachya Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva. जय श्री श्री राधा नील माधव की, श्री लक्ष्मी नरसिंह भक्त प्रहलाद की, जय श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की, श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा मैया की, सुदर्शन चक्रा की, गौर निताय की, न्यू ईयर की। जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस प्रदिगाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शतश्री ऐसी भक्ति वेदांत श्रील प्रभुपाद गोस्वामी महाराज की, अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की, नामाचार्य श्री ललिदास ठाकुर की। प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवाचार्य गौर भक्त वृंद की, समवेत भक्त वृंद की, निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे। All glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories, all glories, all glories। श्री गुरु and गौरंग शीला प्रभुपाद की जय। Hare Krishna. So let's start the new year with chanting of Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. You can take a chanting beats from there, and we can all chant 1 or 2 rounds. It takes around, one round takes around 7 minutes, 2 rounds, 14 minutes, 15 minutes. So once you finish chanting, write your name there, how many rounds you chanted. So we have the goal today, we want to chant 1 million names. So each mala is 108 times we actually chant. And the Mahamantra is Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 16 mantras. So 16 multiplied by 108, around 1600. So like that, 1 million names. If everybody chants, last year we were able to do it from morning to evening. Whoever comes, they all chant. So let's start the new year with that. Okay. And the way you chant is, I'll show you the beads. Please keep the beads in your lap. They should not touch the ground in your lap. And then you start with, there is a central bead where you see like a yellow or orange kind of thing will be there. Yeah, so start from there and end on the other side. Start from the one side and end on the other side. And the way you chant is, use these 3 fingers. Very easy to, right? Don't use this finger, like the middle, like 3. Hold the beads like that and use this middle finger, this finger to navigate, like this. If you hold it properly, just use this finger as a, just to rotate. It will rotate easily. Right? So if it's too complicated, follow whichever method you are, but make sure that the things don't touch, the chanting beads don't touch the ground. And let's chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. I'll say once, you all say with me together. Then you know the, and then we can do it at your own pace. I will try to chant a little, not speed that much, but if you are comfortable speeding, chanting at the high speed, you can do it. But make sure that you are, whatever you are chanting, it should be audible to your ears. And just focus at the Radha Krishna here, Radha Nilmadhav, and then chant Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. You can repeat after me. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So let's chant together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram,